All right. Whatever. Okay. So I have updated the cauldron and the mortar and pestle scripts here so that they're definitely not even close to optimal is the only problem. But I don't think there's really going to be a performance hit. Um I don't think there's really going to be a performance hit because I'm sorting really short arrays of ints, which doesn't take much time at all, so I don't think it's really going to be that big of a deal. Mm. Oops. I'm just going to really quickly go to my VODs channel. And I have some more VODs to make public. Almost caught up. I've almost been able, posted my... I'm almost caught up on posting VODs. Let's go to my dashboard, video producer. I only have 2 more, and then I'm caught up until today. Alright, I'm starting to upload those to YouTube now, so that's good. So those should be ready by tonight, or before I go to work, maybe. Okay. So, I mean, I can double check, but I already tested and it all works so far. Like it did before. I can grab this stuff. Mortar crafting. I get the green herb leaf grinds. I still need to work on the interactions because sometimes it doesn't get slotted in properly, but oh, we have a problem. I guess it's not a problem. It's just a breakpoint. Okay, cool. Standalone expression. Oh, yeah. I don't need to do this. Do I? Alright, so I remember where I was at before is I was going to try to create a new recipe so that I could send it to the recipe list, but I don't need to do that because I have a recipe list. So what I need to do current recipe. Recipes current recipe. Tracks the current recipe. So this is the freaking arcane song or something. No, it's not. This is the Bomber Cyberpunk one. Okay. So yeah. I do want do I want to make it so that you can only craft certain things after like like can you pick up recipes or like acquire them somehow? I don't think I have to worry about that right now. That shouldn't be too complicated to change if I want to do that. But I do want to on initialization. I want to go and remove any recipe that doesn't say that it is usable with this. Because that shouldn't happen. It's really unnecessary code. I'm basically foolproofing it. Do I really need to worry about foolproofing right now? Probably not. I'm not gonna worry about it. So yeah, here we have the process is using yada yada. Per recipe, that's there. That should just be it. Item produced dot emit current recipe. The more I do that, alright, I'm gonna do it real quick. For recipe in recipes, if recipe dot Alright, the more I'm doing this, the more I'm like, no, but it's Mortar pestle and the cauldron are different though. But I could have them have like a similar skeleton. I don't know. I'm just gonna do it twice for now. Recipe dot what am I looking for? Tool used. If recipe dot tool used is not equal to M and B, then I want to remove it. I don't want to free it from the queue. I want to remove it from recipes, so I want to do an I in because I want to remove it. I in length. Then I want to do recipes dot remove at I. It's just saying I want to print recipes print dot recipes I dot product item cannot be crafted using M and P. Use recipes I dot tool used instead. STR. It shouldn't happen, but copy it over here. And then I want to set the current recipe equals null. I don't ever set it though. I should just initialize a new recipe. It's a failed recipe. I should actually create a recipe that represents the failed craft. Now that I think about it. Add new resource recipe failed craft, and then that is going to be the placeholder for this, and then I just call that instead. I think that makes way more sense. I have all this set up. So I want to use failed potion as the product item. Keeps tool used. Any. One craft time. Four. Just one. Should be quick. If you fail, it should be quick. So then what we want to do is up here, where we preload the failed craft, is instead what we want to do. Let's preload the failed craft like that. And this is supposed to be a recipe. So I'm going to say item results equals failed craft. We don't even need item results. Is I can just put this up here. var result equals failed crown. Recipe. And then just make this recipe. If not, result 0. If not, if there's no product item for some reason, which can maybe happen if it's not set up properly, print no product item for recipe error. We're not gonna throw errors quite yet. We'll just do them as print statements until I set all that stuff up. I can go back through all the print statements and clean them up. Result recipe dot product item dot duplicate. Oh wait, no, I do want to set the product dot quantity equal to item result recipe dot product item amount, and then this is result recipe dot product craft time. I'm just basically copy pasting this if it works. The recipe currently in production. Man, a lot of this stuff really does overlap. Maybe I could merge. It just, there's that one little bit that works slightly differently, and I'm like, do I really have to rewrite all of this code just because there's like that one tiny little difference? I could have I don't need to like I need to keep a like mortar pestle script. So, but maybe I could have an alchemy um other script that they inherit, because this just extends control. So what I could do, I'm kind of like feeling more and more like this is a good idea. Is that I want in the alchemy containers. Yeah, script. It's gonna be inherit control. It's gonna be a alchemy tool. And it's gonna be a class name. No, no. I can just say that. Yeah, I can. I think it's class name. Extends control, and then I want this to extend out me tool. Okay, so that works. And then what I need to do is item produced, inventory ref, max items 3. Items, num items, failed craft. Buttons, button confirm, button press. Product is brewing, brew time, recipes. This is all mostly the same. I do need to tweak the names. Is signal sent when item is completed crafting, or and added to the inventory. I'll just go to here. Putting produced items. X number of items that can be stored in the tool. List of items in the tool. Basically, you want to take any time it uses the word cauldron, which I guess this is the last time. This with tool. Item produced by the tool. Time left in the current production. Whether a I did it from the wrong thing. Word pestle. Okay. So I mean it's not bad. Just need to add current recipe here and move this here. That's pretty much lined up. Then initialize all this, and what we're gonna need is to make a new variable here. Call it tool name. Ooh, that's gonna get tool identifier. Oh yeah, it could be tool name. Tool name works. Okay. It's fine, I think, so far. I should have all the stuff I need to initialize inside the cauldron, because these are exported. Then order pestle. That's fine, nothing needs to change there. Oh, guess I have this. Which I can change that easily. That's what I just did here. Plus tool name. Use of tool name. If is using is not declared in the current scope. Really? Ah. And then I need to change that as well. Use timer. I still don't even have this stuff updated. It's fine. I should make this I could just export it, or I could initialize it. These are kind of hard coded. I don't really need to. I probably should make use of metadata more. Help me keep track of some of this stuff. That's fine. This one I should use the cauldron. The cauldron is more of like the catch-all for this. Oh, they're the same for the most part. Okay, yeah, they're like the same. So All this stuff works. Nice. Okay, cool. Um, Error should never happen if full of items should have returned earlier. Yeah. Okay. Add item, it's probably fine. Button confirmed. If num items is less than or equal to 0, or num items is greater than. That shouldn't happen, but it's there. Oh, I do have a little problem with that. Is that this is linked up. So what I could do instead is func confirm pressed. And then I need use item. This should be the copied from Cauldron though. Use items. Oh, this is where it deviates though. How about I don't do anything here. And what I do instead is I just put remove item at the end here. Because these should all be linked up. So instead I just do that. Add item, remove item. We got all this stuff. Now this should work. Func remove item. There. Yeah, it's all linked up properly. The use item function is unique between them. So we'll not touch it. And then what I need to do is I need to go in here, remove all this stuff. Is using use timer. Use timer. is using I don't need this actually, or this add item. I do need to initialize it though. I need the item name, no, tool name equals cauldron. So this should work. I mean, this stuff is... I'm gonna try it. Oops. Accidentally copy and paste. This might be a problem, but I'm curious. I can't do the confirm pressed because it's... Can I though? This function should be overridden. I need to figure out how to override these functions. Alright, maybe we do want to export it because this might override it. Like, I should just see. I'm trying to figure out how this is gonna work. Is it gonna override the initialization, or is it going to add it on? Because if it does, we'll see. Yes, because it overrides. Okay, alright. So I don't want to do it this way because it overrides the initialization. What I want to instead do is export the tool name like I am doing and get rid of the initialization. And then I need to go into Cauldron here. And this is Cauldron. And then this is MB. Although I want to flip the order here. I'll do it right up here. So this should streamline the crap out of these changes to the crafting. Except I didn't update this. Just go through this line at a time. This can be copied. I mean, this could be a function. Just call it like begin craft. Seems to not be complaining. Scale burns. Okay. I do like that. Boo, 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 boo. There's only like 20 lines of difference between these two now instead of having to rewrite 100 lines of plus of code. So that is ideal, I think. Okay, so now we can go back to making the recipe book. There's some important condensing of, like, what was I gonna say? Of types and functions, I think. Okay. Item produced dot emit current recipe. Watermelon. Recipe list dot add recipe. Okay, now we go to recipe list. For our in known recipes, if the product item ID is the same, do I need a recipe ID? Would that help me? Probably. Hmm. I might need to make a recipe ID. Green herb grounds will be ID 0. Potions could be starting at like 500. About one. I'll have to overhaul it at some point. I know that if I want to like do a lot. This is fine for now though. Okay, well, for now we'll just do IDs. I think that's fine. Now, back to the recipe list. I want to say and r dot ID not equal recipe dot product ID. Print new recipe for existing item, which we currently have none. So this won't happen yet. Else? That should simplify things. Give it an ID. Oh wait, yeah. What am I doing right now? This is not how this should look. So we want to add the recipe to the known recipes. So we have a known recipe. What we want to first do Just check if the IDs don't match. If we want to say, okay, if r.id is equal to recipe.id, then that means the recipe's already in the known recipes. So we want to return recipe already in known recipes. And we want to do it again, basically, afterwards. And then we say this, and then we don't need this. Because then we would return what? How does this help me, though? I don't know if this even matters. We check. Oh, okay. So recipe isn't in the known recipes, then we just add it. I don't think we need to. I don't think this does anything, actually. This makes sense. Here. So click on an item. Recipe items. Okay. I mean, that looks promising. I do have one slight problem. We never show, we don't have a button to show the recipe list. That's about to change. Foam stars. Dude, this DJ's getting less and less creative. Really? New action. R for recipe book. I keep forgetting the way you do this. Oh, it's in inventory. Event.isAction pressed. It was super close. Although I want to do it like I do it here. Toggle inventory, close inventory, open inventory. Inconsistent naming. Bounds get index unknown recipes. Oh, yeah, because that shouldn't even be there. That was placeholder. I need like a container. I guess it's just like a panel I'm looking for. Is that right? I gotta do that backwards. The problem is that this should be full. The panel needs to be what is up? I touched that. So if I bring that to, wait, what? Why is 0 like way over there? It's outside the bounds? I don't understand. It's because the reference points to top left corner or something? 0.4. And then if I make the right 0.6. And then I want dev stuff. Yeah. Well, at least it's nothing crazy. I think that's probably good. What I need is a... How's this gonna look? It's gonna go over the whole thing. The problem... That's one problem. Why is this so big? Maybe this isn't a panel. I'm making the recipe book UI. Yeah, so I was working on it yesterday and then I realized that I had some like data types that were like, I had like cauldron recipe and like mortar and pestle recipe, and I realized that it made way more sense for me to just make a recipe data type, and so I had to convert the other stuff to that. And then while I was doing that, I was looking at the code for that, and then I was like, there's a lot of repeat code, and so I would just like condensed it so that there's not a lot of repeat code. And now I'm like trying to mess around with UI stuff and make it actually look like, I need a little title bar thing at the top. So I guess I would want to do a vertical box. I guess I could do a V box. It would be then these would both be children of the V box. No, that wouldn't make any sense. I would need another container under it. What is this? Container by itself serves no purpose unless the script configures its children placement behavior. Place a control node instead. Alright, fine. Good to know. Control. And then do that. I think. Because then above that, I want a label. There. But this label needs like its own panel. What am I doing? Well, if I add text, this is going to be the window name. I'm just... Man. What is panel with the window name, then a container. I need to make the panel bigger. It's inherited. I can't use a panel here. This needs to be like... Control? I could use a panel, I think. You just need to change the minimum size, I think. Here, container minimum size. Be like 10, 20, no, it'd be like 50. 40. Window name, change the font. $32. 18. 24. Okay, but then I need to make it so that this should like fill horizontally. Oh, wait, what if I flip it? No, I don't see I'm like doing this on the fly. So I want this to be like the, that's gonna cover it up. Panel needs to be on top because otherwise it's going to cover up the window name. Bottom left anchor. Should be like, cause that doesn't look good. I don't know how to, alright. There's a window like type. Maybe I use that instead. But it just creates like a different thing entirely. I'm just trying to stick with UI elements because these are like on the canvas. But I don't know if I should be using windows instead of sticking to the canvas. It's like a lot more I can do in terms of customization with the UI elements as well. I mean, that's not bad. I can just do that for now. This just needs to not be bottom left. It needs to be full rect. And then vertical alignment center. Just do that. Just manually set it to like 800 or something. 1000. Even though like, if you like rescale the window, I'm pretty sure this is gonna screw with it. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Burn the bridge when I come to it. Burn the bridge, no. Cross that bridge. Yeah, that's fine. This is now a little too condensed. I need to change the Y value to be like 200. So that I have room for more recipes. Can maybe shrink the text font size down a bit here. This is pretty big. Could do like 48, and then the description could be 24. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's this song? I mean, I don't mind it, but... Alright. We'll see how that shows up on there. Alright, well now to see if... how it looks. Well, it fits better. I don't have anything that sets the window name yet, which I need to do in here. So when I'm ready, I need to set recipe items.visible equal to true. Product details. So and then underneath this, I need to set this as a unique name, and I need to name this window name. And so then I need to go here, window name dot text equals recipes, known recipes. And just see if that works real quick. Known recipes. Good enough for now. Could maybe be a little smaller. I should have more modes, like, it's like a global thing, right? I can deal with that later. Basically, the problem right now is that if I play the game and I'm like want to open all of the UIs at the same time, I can, and it just becomes this like cluttered mess. But that's not a huge deal. You can still get out of them easily. Speaking of that, what layer of visibility ordering? Z-index is 0. What are the other ones? Oh, I guess it's 0. I would want the... yeah, whatever. Okay, so they show up. It's not going to change the window title if I... okay, so if I do this... known recipes doesn't update visually, because I don't think that's set up yet. I could do export known variables here so that if I want to, at least for now, I can just add some default recipes. So like green herb grounds recipe. There. So now I can test it. Well, it's in there, but it's not. Oh. Well, because it's in the list of known recipes, but that's not related to the actual recipe items. So I would need to populate the recipe items for recipe and known recipes. I would want to go recipe items dot add item recipe dot okay. Oh no, that's not bad. It would just be recipe dot product name product item dot display. Yeah. Do I need the texture? I think I need the texture first as the first field, right? No, that's the string, and then I need the texture after it. Recipe dot product item dot product name dot name display name. There it is. So now, oh, it's not. Do I not have it visible or something simple? Let me look. So that text is known recipes. So that updates. But where? How are you looking to implement a known recipe? So currently it is based on if you craft the recipe for the first time. Well, it will add it to the list of known recipes. So like the idea is that like if you try a combination and it works and it produces an output that isn't failed, then it adds it to the known recipes. But currently the visual's not even. There's a possibility here, which is that I need to go in here and add an element just to test and see where it's showing up, because it might not be showing up simply due to a formatting problem on my end. Yeah. Add element. So yeah, that's the problem, is that the current because it's in a, is it because it's in a VBox container? Oh no, it's because the control here is inherited. The VBox isn't gonna work. I need to. I'm gonna get rid of the VBox container. It's like here, it shows up. This can be anchored now to top left properly. Although I can do it custom. Say the right. I need to reset the transform, that's why. 0 to 1 there, and then from top to bottom is from like 0 to 0.05 or something. 0.04. Well, this should be like a static amount, not necessarily based on anchor. It's because this custom minimum size. That's the problem here. This is 1. Custom minimum size of Y should be like 40 or something. Why is it up? Oh. Like, scaling weird. Dude, what the heck? Whatever. Is it because the offsets? Get rid of those. Grow direction, 2 changes. Oh, because I had grow direction set on the vertical, which was causing it to stay centered or something like that. Okay, cool. So that looks better at least. Okay. And I could do a custom thing here as well. I do want to set the offset to like 40. 42. That looks better. So then if I were to, let's say, go here and I still don't, whatever. If I were to hypothetically change, let's say hypothetically, I were to change this, it would actually look good, which it does. Nice. Okay, cool. Now it's unnecessary, but it works. All right. Now I need to get rid of the test item that I made here. Just try to collapse some of those. No, yeah, all right. Wait, what happened to the... I didn't... Did I undo this? I accidentally removed it or something. There it is. All right, then I click it. What happens? It's having problems on the font size. in base label. Okay. Font size doesn't exist. I just don't want the font to be tiny. Do I really need to make a new scene with this or something like that? It's the only thing I want to change. I mean, I would want to overhaul this anyway because I don't want a stupid looking character left arrow. I would want to do like actual art or something, but like... Add theme font size override? Is that even... No. It's not what I want. How do I change the font size? Without... That's the actual size of the box. I'm looking for the size of the font. There's 6 things here. Remove theme font size, get theme font, get, there's one add theme font size override. Okay, maybe I can do this. I just need the name of the font theme. Which there is no theme, so would it just be literally that? Arrow's still tiny, so whatever. Why is that image not loading? And also, it's huge. It has to do with container, the add child recipe icon. What? Tool icon dot texture. Add procedure. Tool icon. What? For item in recipe ingredients. Oh my god, why is that a capital P? That's why it didn't work. It's because I'm using these like string identifiers and I had a capital instead of a lowercase. Breakpoint. Okay, it worked that time. Breakpoint. There. This is freaking, that could be a little smaller. It's fine for now, though. I mean, it works, and it doesn't look bad, but the font size, what if I bump it up to like 100? Does that actually affect it? Because it still looks tiny. Get rid of that breakpoint. No, doesn't affect it. Doesn't matter. Removing it. The text can be tiny. So now, all right. So by default, you know how to make green herb grinds by taking green herb leaves, and although I should make it so that if you hover over, that's for later. I mean, that is the next thing I want to do though. So I want to make it so that I'm like, if you like hover over, then it gives you the name of the item, and then if it's something that you can craft, it's kind of like what they do with like Minecraft, where like you can get the like the chain of like recipes and uses, because that system is very good. So it's like, oh, what is that? And so then you can like get more information on the thing. Also I need to change the on recipe items, item clicked. Also, I have this close inventory, and what I need to do is when the inventory closes, I need to make it so that the recipe items is visible again and not the product details. So do all that again on top of this. Also, if I'm changing the contents of recipe item, I should do that before I make it visible. And then, so you close that, it does this, and but then what I want to do is that when you get the information down here, the window name should swap to item recipes item details for now. I could statically set it so that this is the name of the, I could do that real quick and see if I like it. It's probably fine. Let's make it r dot, oh, recipe dot product item dot display name details. Green herb leaf grinds details. That does not look good. Just because I don't have a good consistent way to show that, and also just do item details for now. Okay, that's not bad. It's pretty good. Now, I want to see if adding recipes works. It should. Let's see. No. I think it's because... Do I call this anywhere else? On add recipe, yeah. Do I call add recipe at all? Like when I do this, it should call add recipe right here, but it doesn't. Okay, so add recipe is not getting called. Which is a problem with the alchemy activity here. That means this isn't being called. On item produced is not getting called. So if I go... I mean, that does make sense because I don't have a signal linked to it. So this needs to be on item produced. And that links it up because it wasn't linked. And then I want to use the same function. So I'm gonna link it like that. There, so now it will... I just want the breakpoint there, but I don't need it in the recipe list. And... Yes, okay, cool, breakpoint. We have linkage. We now have an error. Invalid access to property or key ID in base object of type nil. Which one is nil here? Recipe is nil. Okay. That's a problem with my alchemy tool function. It's emitting the current recipe, but the current recipe is nil for some reason. There's null. I mean, I do set it. Alright, maybe I just remove this line. That shouldn't do anything, though. Hold on. The reason I set it to null is just so that it, like, resets after you emit that. This shouldn't... That shouldn't matter. Current recipe is null. Okay. So... Alright, so this doesn't probably matter, but I'll keep it commented for now. That means... Am I not setting it anywhere? The current recipe should be getting set. I guess it just doesn't get set. Begin craft with the recipe. Yeah, I just don't set it. Simple as. Okay, I didn't throw an error, although that recipe was already in the list, which proves that if an ID matches for a recipe, it's not going to add it to the known recipes. So now, if I go here, speed potion, it should fill vertically first and not horizontally, though. Can I do that so it fills vertically? Probably. Well, that works. And then if I click speed potion, a potion with a green tint, recipes that. Okay, cool. That's pretty good for just getting it going. I'm gonna stand up for a minute. It's been 2 hours, so I need a stretch. Uh, hmm. So I was thinking about, oh, but what if someone wants to? All right, my UI is like not good. I know that. It's too big. It's too misproportioned. I just don't want to fix it because I'm still adding stuff to it, so I don't even know. I'm probably gonna have to change it again if I just do it now, so it's probably not worth it. Where am I at right now? Just need to do a quick little, just like, step back. I have a list. Known recipes added dynamically. Recipe book based on the inputs of the player. Player can then add notes? Maybe. If multiple recipes make the same output, they would be listed in the same page. I guess I could test that. I mean, it's all set up, ideally, already. I just need to make a new recipe. So that would be alchemy, recipes. I would want a different craft for the speed potion, I suppose. As I could go Recipe. Oh no, wrong thing. I need to make a resource recipe. In the cauldron. Then again, how do I name these? Because so far, I mean, I have the name is just the product name. I could just say speed potion 2 for now. That's fine. The ID 502. We have the heal potion at 500. Nah, I'm swapping that. 502. Product item. Where are my items? Speed potion. The ingredients. Let's say it takes 2 ingredients. It takes the... Where are my items? It takes the green herb leaf grounds still, but then if you combine it with, let's say, yellow petals, then you get like 5 speed potions or something. And craft time is like 3 seconds. I could also change this, so instead of this one giving you 3, it gives you 2. So if you combine it with yellow petals, then you get more. I can also tweak it, but yeah. So cool. Now there's that recipe. I still don't have a grow potion, so I'm gonna pick up the petals and become small. I'm missing a lot of recipes. I almost have to go back into design mode, because I have to start thinking of different things to make and different puzzles and different levels. Might have to start doing that again. So yeah, pick these up and become small. And then if I combine the grinds with the flower petals, right? That's what I have it set to. Oh. I didn't link it. Maybe there's a way I can automatically do this, but... There probably is. There's gotta be a way. I have a folder with all the recipes here, but the problem is that I need to... Every time I make a new recipe, not only do I need to make the recipe, I need to link it to the cauldron. Tool name cauldron. Okay. So then if I were to check that... Huh? Thought I removed that. Oh, I did for one of them, but because I didn't on... There's more than one. I forgot about that. Still no icon. Wait, why is there no icon? But okay, so that's correct. And then if I were to do it again with just this. Oh, I should have the count then. Oh. Okay, it didn't work. Oh, what? Plus? Oh no. Well, I'm glad I checked this, because... Oh no, it's multiplying. I know why. It's because I make it so that every single time you do this, you generate this page. Wait, but yeah, it should be new container. Oh, I think I know why. It's because... And also, these are open and close inventory. These need to be open and close. Just window. Is that when the window gets closed, I need to like this horizontal box needs to get deleted. So what I need is a variable in the recipe list. That is the current recipe container. Then I go here, current recipe container. I guess not recipe. Current recipe container. Name it like current. Description container. Current procedures. Current procedures container. Just do that for now. Okay, so you add the child to the procedure list. And then what we need to do is when we close the window, these need to be flipped. Set that to false. And then procedure list dot remove child cur procedures container. Hopefully that works. Okay. It says plus. That's not right. Okay, so oh, this is wrong. I see why. All right. I did this wrong. This is a lot simpler than I made it out to be. I don't need this. And what I need to do here is I just want to like remove all children. I just want to say for child in procedure list. Dot children. Find children. No. Dot get children. I just want to remove them all. Procedure list. Dot remove child. And then down here, just do container. Although this needs to be a new container. Our cur container. And then we set that not down here. Actually, we can set it down here. But we just need to instantiate it. Well, the only reason the tool used icon wouldn't be showing up is either because the image changed location or because there's not a match in the text or the text, so I would need to change that. Cauldron, because yeah, I don't have a cauldron. Yeah, this could be better. It's fine though. For now. There's a bit of redundancy going on. My eyes are not liking it without the glasses right now. I need to make a new container every time. This is gonna be icon container. Tool container. Tool icon container. I could make this part of the beginning thing here. Tool icon container there. And what I want to do is for each, I want a var cur container or item container. And then I want it to be a new hbox container. So then whenever I see this here, I need to change it to item container. And then this needs to get bumped up. I don't think that's right. That's not right. I think the problem, I know what the problem. I'm doing this wrong again. I only want to do the procedure list at the end. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm gonna undo this. The problem is that I'm updating the same container. But why? Why would I be updating the same container? Okay. So I need to add the procedure for each. I mean, I think that was the only problem I had. Although I just don't get the extra pluses. I'm just gonna fix this and see. Just go one step at a time. I'm trying to do 2 steps at once. And it's causing problems, I think. That's right. Oh, what's this plus? Why is there a plus here? It's almost good. Why is there an extra plus, though? Because I'm not decrementing the number of ingredients. Oops. Okay, fix that. Now I need to fix the multiple occurrences of an item showing up in the add recipe list here. This is why. It's because here I need to do so inconsistent. This is lowercase, this is uppercase. I should fix this in a minute. To run through, every time I add a recipe, I have to run through the known recipes twice, once to make sure that it's not a known recipe. I could run through it once if I use a variable. Sure. It's probably better. Is known false, and then there. That way, I only need to run through it. Is in list and then we put this here. And instead of returning, we set is in list equal to true. Oh, I'm doing it backwards. No, no. I think that's right. IDs don't match. Cool. But the product already exists. So then what we want to do is we want to update the known recipes. But if it's already in the list of items, then we don't update the list of items because it's already there. So then we would say if not is in list, then we add it. Okay. Yes. Functionally, it is working. It doesn't look great. I could, oh crap. I could probably put like another panel. Like this is an HBox container. I could add like a panel. For each one for now. And instead of adding the container, we add the panel. That would at least split them up a little bit visually, I think. Maybe. There's no panel. Well, it doesn't visually look distinct. Whoa, wowza. That's something I could fix. I need to constrain the size of the icon. I think that shouldn't be too bad. I just need to find the UI element. Oh yeah, what's up with this? Update active status effects, and it's saying that I mean, that is true. I removed the status effect, and then that would indeed make it so that there's only one. That makes sense. If I reverse it, if I go from back to front, it should be fine. In range? No, I can do range in this, right? I in range, int, starts from B. -1. Okay, alright. That does mean I want to do minus. No, not here. -0. -1. That should maybe work. I got a little sidetracked because of this random bug. So when this ends, it was throwing an error before. But it was in the opposite order. I need to start the temporary buff and then grab the permanent debuff. And then that, and then should be fine. Well, it's still active, which is not a good thing. Uh, well, I is 1. Does this need to be -1? Because I don't think it's inclusive in the range. I think that's the problem. Worked. So, that's all sorted out now. I just do it in reversed order, because if I'm removing the index, then it won't be a problem. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to the status effect bar and icon. I have it keep size and scale. What I needed to do is fit width proportional, keep aspect centered. It works. Any breakthroughs? I got a little distracted fixing an issue with my status effects looking weird and not operating properly, and when executed in a certain order. Now the icons are a fixed size. It looks better, although I do want it to be larger than that. Let's say it's like 100. Like maybe, I don't know, like, yeah, I could do 100, maybe. It's still small. It's because I think this has to do with the container that it's in, the status effect bar. It's because I think I have the size set to 4040. That's, I think, what's causing the problem. This should be like 64, 64. Yeah. Okay, that's a more appropriate size. How are we looking? I'm just gonna move all of these objects so that I don't have to go all the way down to get to them. Okay, so right now, I have 30 minutes or so before I have to get ready for work. I just need a quick recap. Where am I at? right now. So I have, you can walk around, you can grab stuff, you can cut stuff. And if you cut the red berry bush, it slows you down. I'm missing icons. Alright, I need to make a new list of like to do stuff. What do I want to make it? I want to make it in like my design doc. Probably is not a good place for that. I could just make another document for now, or just notes on my phone. I don't want to. It's really coming together. Yeah. Yeah, I do like the progress. I've got like a good amount of mechanics in place. Now I'm at the point right now where it's the tug of war between implementing the mechanics and creating content and design, and also deepening the mechanics. And I'm at that tug of war state right now where I'm like not quite happy with what I have, but I'm at a point where I should be adding more like icons and stuff like that. I mean, I'll need to overhaul them anyway, but if I have the general style, that'll help guide like a final draft or something. So yeah, what do I have? I have this, and then what I can do is I made it so that, all right, you can grind up the herb leaves, and then you can combine it with this dropper tool, and then if you go over here and you combine it with the red berry bush, it turns into blueberry bush, just to show that you can interact with objects in the world using a certain tool. And then if you grab that, you get the blueberries. And so the idea is that when you grab the blueberries and you consume them, this is something I haven't implemented yet, is now you need to get big. The blueberries are supposed to make it so that you go back to normal. But I don't have that implemented yet. And I still... my recipe is out of date. This remove status effect is super out of date. This, I think, is the thing that needs work the most right now, is how weirdly I implemented the status effects. And this, I don't need, I had like a dictionary of stats. This isn't working at all. The only thing I have in here is move speed, and nothing else matters for this. Like, I like the idea, but like most of the things going on here, like grow player, normalize status effects, glance, like these other things don't interact with it at all. So I need to... no, whatever. Go to where I have the status effect implemented. Because I have this like player stat. The player's stat to be changed by the status effect. I think I can just remove this. Thinking. Because what I want to do is I want to make it so that in the fields, you can implement, you can define what the action is that you want to happen. Okay, effect. Okay, this is I'm gonna rename this effect, and then what it's gonna do is it's gonna be like it could be like comma separated. Or no, it's separate. I can say separated with spaces for now, but I could say just get rid of this. And this is the effect. Identifiers for the effect. Identifiers for the effect. So the idea is that this is gonna completely change all of these a little bit. Like this is gonna be cleanse here. Doesn't have an icon. Effect name. Speed. I'll just call it speed. Effect speed. Effect normalize. Small. Grow. Move speed. Move speed. I think that's fine. Then what I want to do is go back to, this is going to cause a lot of bugs in player, I believe, has this all set up. I don't have a status effect handler or anything like that. It's all like done in here. This isn't other system, this is just status effect functions. So then the first one is going to be like a change stat none. So I think what I can do here and then what I can say is change stat and I have booleans here. So the idea, alright, so I had this weird idea in my head that I can have a status effect that does multiple things. But at that point, why not just have two status effects? I think that makes way more sense is if you're gonna have something that fires off multiple status effects and say, oh, this thing fires off this one status effect. So what I need to do is get rid of the is added. Get rid of this, because this doesn't exist. I already have a change stat function here. And then that's throwing an error because change stat does not return a boolean. What I need to do is I need to take all 4 of these and make them return true. And then I need to go return false. Do that. Okay. Let me think. I'm running out of time. Change stat. Cleanse, normalize, grow. I think what would be a lot simpler is doing this. Let's get rid of that. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna change status effect once again. Effect. Well, I'll just add like a identifier for the effect. One word. And then, or one phrase, whatever I want it to be. And then under the effect, I need a, I mean, it's called move speed. That's it. I'm not gonna add that. Because in the script, I did call it change stat. Oh yes, no, status move speed. The effect is move speed. Which, the effect, I'm changing the move speed stat. Change MS. How about that? There. Easy. Change move speed. Only problem is that I need to know what these... Is that what metadata is for? Probably. I don't need to go here. Change MS, and then this would be change move speed. It's the effect. So then what happens is here, we're not just changing a stat, we're changing move speed. Change stat. I'll stick with it for now. Let's say I have multiple stats that can easily just be changed on the player by just tweaking one variable in stats and then all the interactions. Like, I could do that with strength. I could do this with, like, you need a certain strength, so it's going to check your strength stat and then compare it to that. And so, yeah, I could just use the same function for that and call it change stat. And then this would go... return. Except this is gonna have these stat name, and that's gonna be a string, and this is gonna be move speed, I do believe. No, there's a space. There is indeed a space. Move speed. That name. Oh, I don't want to return false here. This always returns true. This is where it got weird. I need to redo this somehow. What was I thinking here? Alright, so I was like, we have the old status effect, which is what the active status effect is currently set to in here. Why is it called old? It's called old because we're checking the IDs of the status effects. And for some reason, if the IDs are the same, but the effect is different, like, if for some reason two effects have the same ID, but they completely differently affect the character, then you can revert the old effect and put the new one in if they're completely different stats that are changed. No, that should never happen. If that happens, it should never get to this point. Like, alright, so what I need is, this needs to be stat name, stat name. If they're different, entirely different stats with the same ID, then there are other problems that need to get fixed before this occurs. But this resetting the value can work, because let's say there's a status effect that the potency of it changes over time. Then maybe that's what I was accounting for. I was like, all right, maybe you get a status effect, but it changes, but at that point it becomes a different status effect. So I don't have to handle it differently. I was thinking like 10 steps ahead. Generate. Do I have a generate? I do have a generate. Did I name it all that? Oh my god. How much, how often? No, it's just that one. Generate status. Well, here's the thing. I don't think I've ever had that get called, but that would make sense. No, I probably have had it get called. What am I typing right now? Oh yeah, I did just misspell it. Okay. Change stat. So we remove, if the ID is already there, then we remove it and then re-add the new one. Alright, what's going on here? I still have instances here. Remove status effect. Oh, because okay. I need to change remove status effect. I'm basically gonna need, like, for add status effect, how I have a match here, is I need to basically do this in reverse. Because the process of undoing a status is going to be different depending on the status. So I'm gonna need to go through here and basically do this. Although I do want to keep the index thing here. Or I could just do it here. Make this a bool. And then we say, if that was successful, then we remove it. Although, could just do it down here. And just have it return. Alright, meet halfway in the middle. I want it to be a boolean, because it's good, but I don't need... I'm not gonna use it necessarily. Could be good for debugging though. So I can do this. Oh, this is all return stuff. So I would need to do a variable, I think. Is removed equals true. Oh yeah. Okay. Active status effect, remove it. I'm gonna say if is removed, then that, and then index. And then after we return is removed. Okay. So then this doesn't, this is a cleanse, so there's no removing a cleanse. There's no removing a normalize. SE dot effect equals SE negative SE dot effect. Right? That doesn't cover if the, what am I doing? Negative SE dot effect. If the move speed slowly decreases, then I'm saying, oh, change the move speed by the... No, I mean, that would get the current effect as it actively is. The active status effect. And so if that value is changing, no. That's not true though, because the status effect is just a representation of the effect when it's first applied. It's not like changing the effect based off of that. It isn't correct. And plus I would need multiple lines to do this. I might need a separate function remove status. So instead of change move speed, I think what I need to do here is go up here. Just change stat, just bypass this. No point in doing that. I would need to make a new occurrence of the status effect where the value is 0. So what I want to do is I want to say se dot duplicate. I want to duplicate the current status effect. Removed status effect equals se dot duplicate dot that, and then we want to do remove status effect dot status effects value needs to equal 0. Oh, yeah, no, I need a remove stat function. That's what this comes down to. Because this is too much for that, I think. I'm answering questions for a hypothetical, but like, I want it to be a thing. This is recursive though, because the name of the function is remove status effect. Um, so alright, let me work from scratch. I'm thinking it's because I'm trying to reference what I already had. So, when I'm removing the movement speed bonus, is I want to take what the current effect value is and remove it. How am I tracking the current effect's value? I don't have anything, so I don't need to worry about it. When that does happen, I can worry about it. So, that means I do want to use change stat. So I have nothing to worry about right now because I don't have anything set up for if I was. Currently, effects don't have. They do, but the thing, alright, is kind of weird the way that I have this set up. And I know that it's, if I scale it up, it's gonna be kind of funky. But basically what I have is each of the stats has a value that affects, like, that's the potency or whatever of it. So it's like, oh, I want to increase the movement speed by 300. And so that's like plus 300. But the thing is, if I change this value, then any occurrence in the future of this value will have the changed value for the status effect. It's like, if you change this, that is now the new state of this. That's what this buff will forever be. And so it's like, not ideal. So I would need to store this as a local variable that would decrement it or whatever if I wanted to change this, which means that for now I'm just pulling this value and instantiating it, basically. I'm just gonna duplicate it. This is the opposite effect, basically. I need to implement the opposite effect to get it back to normal. Which means I need to duplicate the current status effect, because if I just straight up overwrite the current status effect, then it's gonna change all future versions of it. So I need to duplicate it and then change the value to be negative of the original value. And so that's how this is set up. And so I could do the same thing for down here. opposite effect, and then what I would want to do here is instead change this to grow. Grow player. It's really weird. But I think that works. I mean, what I could do is just break on this. So if I want to remove the status effect, because currently I have it so that red berries remove temporary status effects and blue berries remove permanent status effects. So if I make a speed potion, I failed because I tried to crush it up. Use it, and then I try to set this opposite effect dot value se dot value. The current status effect value is 300. Opposite effect value is 300. So then if I go to the next line, the opposite effect value, negative 300, but the status effect is still 300. Okay, so I have two instances of this energized effect, which now it's passing the minus 300 opposite effect into the move speed. Grow player, this is wrong. This needs to be 1 divided by. Because if I want to, because the value for grow is like small. Grow 0.3. Which means that if I want to go back to the size, what I could do for grow is if I want to remove the effect, although if the whole way I'm setting it up is if you have two effects that influence the same stat, which happens a lot in games, then you don't want to just reset the value back to its base value if one of the stats buffs is removed. So, I mean, the inverse of the grow value is the shrink value. So, this should grow back to the regular size. That's what I originally had. I originally had a general remove status function. But the problem is I had to, because there's a ton of different statuses that are not just changes to the stats, which is oh, you're saying in gen. Oh, wait. Never mind. I see what you're saying. Is if I mean, I could. It would be like 3 lines. I could have a removed stat. It would be like 3 lines, but I could do it. Actually, I probably should, because if I have multiple, yeah, I can do that. Probably a good idea. Although it's redundant. The problem is the naming gets really confusing. Because I want to remove the status effect. And so that's why I'm calling change stat here. This naming is really bad. I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Classes of stat removal. Time-based effects, permanent value. Oh yeah, that's the thing, is I have some temporary and I have some permanent changes. Like, grow is permanent as it is set. Because the value, the duration is -1. And so whenever you have an effect with the duration -1, that means that it's permanent. Is the way that I have it set up. And so you can only undo it, in this case, by eating the blueberry. Yeah. And I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to add a remove stat function because this one is remove status effects, so then it's just confusing because of naming. Yeah. Like, that's originally why I had different, like, data types for, like, the cauldron and the mortar and pestle and stuff, is because I'm like, oh, well, they might function completely differently. But then I implemented them, and it was, like, 90% the same. And so I realized I can have a generic function, but also, like, override some of the functions for specific circumstances. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this one section. Okay, so if I were to... Great, I just made everything slower, because now I'm small. Yeah, I'll have to... it's been a minute, like, when I was first learning Godot, I was looking at naming conventions and other, like, general stuff. That's how I learned some shortcuts. I followed a few tutorials, and then, like, general rules of thumb. And, like... once I think I need to keep momentum on the project for now because I haven't run into any like serious roadblocks and just things I need to slightly tweak. But like if I finish up the project or hit like a big milestone, I should definitely go back and start relearning some of that stuff. Trying to remember. So I think I made it so that that and that makes a speed. I don't need to do that though. There you go. The UI is, the user experience is not great. But for the purposes of just having mechanics, it's fine. Okay. I feel normal. That didn't do anything. So it could be a problem in a lot of places. This is why. Because I have this set to... no, I think that's right. This should get called. But it probably isn't. Normalize... because normalize is for, like, permanence, and cleanse is for temporaries. So... if the duration is -1 for the current status effects. Let's try it again. I haven't changed anything. Okay. Remove status effect. Grow. What is the status effect effect? It is grow, right? So, okay, if grow player, opposite effect, is removed equals true. Grow player. For current status effect, inactive status effects. What is this? Oh, this is if you're already shrunk because it's permanent. So it doesn't shrink you any further. That's not what I want to do though. It's done in the wrong spot. This is done in the wrong spot. This needs to be done in here. It needs to be done in add status effect. This. Yeah, okay. This needs to be done here. It's just blocking it because it's in the wrong spot. Pass. Variable. I could just return it. Return. False. But shouldn't I do this for like all of them? Shouldn't I also do this for like change move speed? Because if I decide in the future, oh, I want the move speed to be a permanent buff. Yeah, but don't I have... That doesn't make sense. What the heck? Well, if I do have it, so if change move speed is a permanent buff, then basically what it'll do is it will just remake the buff, which is not ideal. This is pretty inefficient. But that's why it works there. This shouldn't be done in here, though. We'll try it. If it works, it's fine for now. It's getting blocked again? It's not even calling remove status effect and going that far. Why? It's not even calling normalized status effects. Oh, because I'm not eating them. That's why. It's not on pickup, it's on eat. Continue. Grow. He's massive. What a big boy. I know what the problem is. The original height. This is the problem here. So I didn't show this. He's massive. Here's the problem that I forgot to account for. The reason he's so big is because, yes, this is correct. However, the player's default size is not 1. Necessarily. If I go to the player group, the size is 0.7. The scale is 0.7. So what I need is a variable that just gets his starting size so that that is the reference point for scaling. But wait, no. Yeah. This is bad. I should not have to do this. His scale should just be 1. And then I don't know. That's pretty bad. I knew that would be a problem. That's why I was immediately like, I know what this is. Oh no. What I need to do is go in here and I need to, I'm just gonna have that be 1. This is all stemming from, I just need to scale the sprite down. I just need to scale the sprite down to like 0.6. There, now if I scale the player, I'm not really gonna have problems. He's fast too. Because he's scaled up. So I need to, I know how to fix this. I need to go into player and I need to set the default move speed to be like 200 and not 300. Player. Where is it? Here it is. Move speed 200. And then I need to go to energized and set this value to be like 200. He's gonna be going way too fast. Okay. That's more reasonable. Okay. Dropper. Let me grab those, grab that. Everything's tiny. He's really small. So now he's massive. Why is generate status happening? Oh my gosh. That's not good. So why is he massive now? Because he's a big boy. Let's see. His size. Okay, so here's what I can do. I can just reload this. Go to remote. Objects. Player group. There. And I can just check his scale. Is 1. Scale is 0.3. I'm setting... Am I setting the scale and not multiplying the scale? Yes. Times equals. There we go. Oh, he's tiny! It's back to normal. Is removed. I feel normal? Yes, you do, buddy. So that makes me wonder if the whole thing I was doing before was even a problem. Probably not. It's better that I have it the way that it is now, though. Because I had my player with a different scale and the sprite with a different scale. I had like different scales in like 4 different places. If I just have it in one place now, it would normalizes it. And also if the player is at scale 1, which I just feel like it should be, it just makes sense for the player to be at scale 1, and the sprite can be smaller. That's fine. But like just 1 as a baseline scale just makes sense to me. So I like that. Okay, so where does that leave me? Because that's the last thing I get to do right now. I'm able to revert size. I'm able to grab a bunch of flowers while I'm small. Actually, there's a few things I can do here. Can do that. Bunch of speed potions. And at least Oops. Oh, that's an interesting bug. I can't move! I set the speed to 0 or something, didn't I? Crap. I don't really have time to fix this. Status effect. Here. So it's down here. I removed the old status and I introduced the new one, which means that it's doing it twice. So for now, I can get around this by setting remove. Where's remove? Remove status effect. This is just 0. This is gonna, right? It's gonna take the buff and set it to 0? That does not seem right. While I'm waiting for that. Why would that work? Let me see. Well, that's only if the IDs match, though, right? Which it does. That's bad. But it works. This is not, I should have a remove stat. And this needs to get, I think what I do need to do is rename this to like change base stat. Let's just say it's called change base stat. Change base stat. So then I can have a function down here called remove base stat, so that's not confusing. And then this calls remove base stat. Let's do this for now. And then big goal to do. Save. Get. I need to freaking make a sandwich and eat in 5 minutes. I gotta go. Literally have to go be going to work in 10 minutes. Recipe list. Finished base implementation of the recipe list and updated status effects to be more consistent and scalable. Still need to fix the remove status. I'm just gonna do that. Just rushing on this. Pushed. Easy enough. Cool. Alright, I gotta get going. Yeah, good work, Sesh. It's too bad it's only 4 hours, dude. I only have like 2 days. Otherwise, what? Memorial Day is this weekend? This Monday? Or is it next Monday? What is next? Yeah, this upcoming Monday. And I'm like helping my parents on Monday. So I have Tuesday to work on the game before the Baldur's Gate 3 session. And I've work now, and then I have work in the morning tomorrow. And then I have a little bit of time tomorrow night. I just don't have a ton of time. It's fine though. It's progress. Progress is progress. We're getting there. I'll have something before the deadline probably. Alright. Well, have a good one. See ya.